the format your visual. Once I select this visual, I'll go to the format your visual. You will have call out value. Okay. And here the display units and then the value display units. This will actually decide only on the decimal unit. But what exactly decides your data is on the append one, since the data is related to the cost in the USD. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to the data value. Sorry, on the data view. So append one, the cost in USD column, I'm going to select it. So this is where the column is getting selected, correct? All I will do is I'm going to decide here what kind of format that I need to use. First thing, ensure that you have it in the decimal number. मतलब आप फिक्स्ड डेसिमल भी दे सकते हो या नॉर्मल डेसिमल भी दे सकते हो, आपका मतलब it is up to you. Okay, either you can put it in the decimal number or you want to put it in the fixed decimal number, anything is fine. But this is on the data type. But on the data format, you need to ensure that whatever the format that you want to bring, you have to control it from here. For example, cost in USD. I generally show the cost in USD in the dollar symbol, correct? I want to usually, usually we all try to put it in the dollar symbol. That's a basic thing that we do, correct?
Yes.
Since this is in the normal number format, all I'm gonna do is to come back to the format. I applied the dollar here. The moment I apply the dollar, what you are gonna witness is you will see that the dollar is applied here everywhere in this complete column. If it is a percentage, I'm going to put your percentage here. I'm going to put the percentage here. Okay, so now the column it is completed, and I'll just going to make sure there are only two decimal numbers here. Okay, and then I'm going to the report view. Right, do you see now it is reflecting with the dollar here?
Yes.
If you do the changes over there, this will automatically give you the percentage in this case.
Click on the percentage sign.
So this comes in as a percentage.
Okay.
Sir, manually also we can insert, right? Suppose if you want only for in the visualization.
Sir, the whole point is if you want to do everything manually, why do you need to learn Power BI like this?
Okay, just asked whether we can just right click and just insert one percentage symbol. That option is there.
No, we don't have that option.
Okay, okay.
You don't have that option, and moreover, just come out of that thing, like, we can do it manually, because the problem here is, when we start, first thing, the manual is not there. Even if something allows it, so we are not going to do anything over there. So what you're expecting is on the visual card, you will come back and then update the text here.
If you want
Update
to
the
add
text.
some, indication, yeah.
No. Here, this indication is not required. Not updated. You can mention the same thing in the title card if you want. See, in the title card, I can add a dollar symbol here, like this, so that my representation will not update here. I can still show the number.
Okay.
Okay. So this is Nayat's question, which is okay. And then Manjunath, you're asking about this file. Okay, so I'm opening the day. I already have opened the day 3. So I'm just gonna keep this as a day 4.
So file save as, right?
Yeah, file save as day 4. So I saved the file here as a day 4.
Okay.
Okay, can someone tell me like where did we stop last time on this table?
We displayed that image,
Mm-hmm.
both the corners, and that's where we stopped.
And about this one, did I discuss anything about this formatting styles and everything?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. We added, we first created a table, then we
Hmm.
added these columns
Hmm.
like restaurant ID, cuisines, and all that.
Great.
Then we learn the how to change the color format and how to how to insert headings and all that. So
Okay.
yeah,
Anything on the conditional
beautification of table
formatting?
basically.
Conditional formatting and everything?
No, sir. Conditional formatting.
No
We
conditional
did.
formatting now.
Conditional formatting, no. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. So I'm assuming, okay, let me see this. I'm selecting the table here and go to the format your visual. So I believe that we would have discussed about the style preset, grid, value, column headers we have discussed, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Totals.
Yes.
I believe specific column we stopped.
Right.
Or did we discuss on the specific column as well?
No, sir. No specific column
No.
we
No.
didn't.
No. No specific.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start from here. So on the visual, the table visual that we are talking about. Okay. So it has got multiple visual options here. So far what we looked in is the style preset, grid, which is the horizontal or vertical grid. Values, we are talking about the current values here. And then the column headers, I mean, specific to the column headers, there is a method where we can, I mean, we have few more options on the column headers specific to that. Similarly, on the totals also we have. And then on the specific column, okay, so the options that you are gonna get on the specific column is, first thing, the moment once I go to the specific column, what happens, how many ever total number of columns that you have added on the table? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so we have added 8 columns of the data. So all the 8 columns of the data, whatever you are seeing here right now, will be automatically getting updated onto this particular series option. All the 8 columns list will be updated on the series column option. Okay, then what is going to happen if you want to give any specific, I mean, if you want to bring any format on the specific column, okay, so you can choose that specific column from this particular series, and then you can take up the options here. Okay, you can take the options, but then when you are doing any changes that to a particular column, now it will give you the option wherein it will ask you, do you want to apply the same thing to the header, to the total? since we already have done the format on the header and total earlier, so it is still giving you an option where, okay, should I apply when you're doing some specific changes to a specific column, let's say for a country or a city or anything, then it is gonna ask you, do you want me to apply to the header and total as well? If you're interested, then you can switch on them. If not, you can leave it. And then you can only bring value changes to your values. Like even on the value side, whatever that you want to bring, you can just do the changes here. For example, just for an example, country and city chodke. Okay, count of the restaurant ID. So what is that I wanted to do on the count of the restaurant ID is I want to bring some alignment like this. I want to bring them to the middle alignment. Okay. So similarly, I want to do the count of cuisines. So count of cuisines, I'm going to bring it to the middle alignment. Now in Excel, we have an option where you can continue or select the entire data and then bring it to the uh, like the alignment, right? Sometimes or sometimes for this case, it has not been given. Reason being, they wanted to have a specific I mean, they want to have these settings in the specific column because not every column needs to be done or not every column wants to be, I mean, needed to be shown in a middle alignment. But if you want to do it, this is the way that you are gonna select each column and then you're gonna bring the alignment. And if you mark, if you remember my words earlier, that's what I have told you. The more you're adding the column to your data, I mean, the more you're adding the data onto the table, the more you are going to spend your time on the alignment or at least on the format. So this is how the specific column is gonna work out. Understandable?
Yes.
Okay, right. So then let's look at the next portion, which is on the cell elements. So we are not going to discuss on the URL icon, image, or accessibility because these are not being used so much here. And in fact, this doesn't add any value to our table visual settings. Okay, so the last bit that we are going to discuss is here is on the cell elements. So when I click on the cell element, now this is going to check or ask me what kind of settings that you are looking out for. So the options that Power BI offers you in terms of the cell elements, this is quite easier and different, but all you need to know is the technique, how you need to utilize this. So what you're gonna do is watch my screen for a minute. Do not do anything on your screens. Just watch my screen from the start to the end. Then you are gonna do the same thing on your system. Okay. So first thing, I'm gonna teach you both the ways. Okay, both the ways but in two different things. So let's see what we are gonna work on that. So my intention here, okay, first thing what I can do is I'll reduce this. Okay, so apply the settings to under the cell elements, apply the settings to. So I'm gonna do a setting on ratings first. Okay, I'm gonna do a setting on the ratings. What's that I'm gonna do on the rating side? I know on the rating side, we have got around three different kinds of elements. One is like bad. Okay, not on the rating side. Let's do on the aggregate rating on which means on this particular column. So what is that I'm gonna do is I'm selecting the average of the aggregate rating under the series. Then I'm going to the font color. Okay, so I'm expecting that to apply a different kind of a font color based upon the rating that we have. So that it gives the audience an understanding that there is something that we are you know, I mean, there is something that I need to look out here in terms of uh, giving a look and feel and a kind of eye catchy to the people about the aggregate rating. So what is that I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the font color, and then the moment once you click on the font color, you can observe that there is a different kind of, you can observe that there is a font color applied everywhere. But likewise in Excel, the moment once you click on the conditional formatting, you apply a kind of a conditional formatting, automatically you will see some default method that gets updated. Similarly in Power BI also, it is also default updated. But what we are going to do is, I don't like that way. So I'm going to click on this effects button so that I will see what are the different kinds of conditions which are predefined. And based upon what defined, I'm able to see the font color change. So this is a place where you are going to play around more. The first option I'm going to find out. The format style is always a gradient. This is what has happened. But I'm not interested to the gradient. Gradient ka matlab hai, it starts with a lighter color and then goes to a high value. And yes, of course, I have something that I wanted to bring on the middle color. But this is not what I'm expecting. I could go with a different methodology altogether. But when I want to go to a different method, okay, so I need to do, or let's say I wanted to do in a different method, but it is always a gradient. So I'm not looking out for a gradient color. Absolutely not looking out for a gradient color. So what else I have? I have rules. Okay, I have rules. So I'll be prepared on the rule. I'm going to select a rule, and this always keeps to apply values only. Or if you want to apply for both values and totals, you can apply this values and total. Else you can just click on the values. Okay, so I'm going to click on the values. And here, if it says sum of the aggregate rating, this is nothing but your aggregate rating column is automatically captured. And it is by default method, it comes with the sum. But our values are here based upon the average. So I'm taking the average of the aggregate rating. Okay, because we already have plotted the data based upon average of the aggregate rating. So took the average of the aggregate rating, and then I would say if the value is greater than or equal to, since it always denotes the percentage, I'm gonna change this to the number. The reason why on the table data is in the number. Okay, so what is there in my mind? I wanted to show 0 to 3, anything that is between, sorry, 0 to 4, anything should be which is between 0 and greater than 0 and less than 4 should be red in color. Or I want to highlight that they are not okay. Anything between 4 and 4.5, they're fine. Anything which is above 4.5, I'm absolutely okay with it. So this is what I'm expecting to do, right? So let me start with the rule here. What I'll say, if the value is greater than or equal to a number, I need to give. Even here, I'm not going to give the number directly. Even here, I'm not going to give the number directly. The reason why I'm not giving the number directly, instead, I'm going to put MIN. Okay, I just type MIN, or you can remove the number. The minimum will be automatically there. So this is minimum. Okay, this is called the minimum, which is MIN. And then, of course, yes, this is from the, I mean, what am I saying? Anything, it could be minimum. Just say like 1, 2, anything that starts very minimal in that particular data set. It is going to cap. It is going to capture it from here. So this is the minimum number, and then lesser than 4. Lesser than 4. So that is when I say it should. Let's say it should be in kind of a darker. Okay, this is the way it should reflect to me. Then I'm adding one more rule. And what the rules say, if the number is greater than or equal to 4 and the number, and then lesser than 4.5. So I'm expecting the data should reflect in a orange theme. And then I would say anything which is greater than 4.5 in number, anything which is greater than 4.5 and lesser than, I would say as a max, should be in the Zomato theme color. I can change this color. Probably I can make this blue if I can, like this. Okay. So I'm using the rules and I've updated the value like this. I'm expecting this. Okay. Now at the moment, once I click OK, you can see it gets updated automatically. Now you'll see this is automatically updated. How do I see this number? You see, when I scroll down, everything is in darker color. Reason being, we don't have anything which is there on the 4. You see here, the bottoms are the 4. So anything which is in the red color, which is for above 4.5, it is denoting in the red color. We might come across anything which is lesser. You see, this is lesser than 4.5. So that's why they are in the different color. Got it? So this is how a simple conditional formatting can be applied to your data set. So just give a try and then see if you're able to work on the same. And also let me know once you guys are done.
So
Yes,
I have one query. Can I share my screen? Uh,
yes, please.
okay. Actually, I'm not able to use that customize conditional formatting. Actually, I clicked in on F6. Okay. Then it's font color is showing. If I have to put that value, minimum value greater than value, so it was not showing.
Have you changed the
Can,
gradients to rule?
no, not yet. Okay, okay, it's done. Thank you.
Yep.
Sir, actually, so we should choose that in append one, we should choose that rating text, sir, or rating new. Which one, sir?
Rating tag, I mean aggregate rating, which is in the number format.
Aggregate rating. Okay, sigma. Okay. That one.
Yep.
Value greater than.
Shrikant,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I have query. When we apply this font color forms, the formatting of this column, why we choose for summarization average means that terminology I'm not getting.
Okay. So in which format? Okay. The reason why we are giving that, because your values are plotted as an average, not on the sum. For example, we six of us are there in the class, and then, or let's say the five of us are there in the class. Okay. So we are rating certain product. Okay, we are rating certain product in Amazon. So all our ratings are captured, and then we are supposed to give a rating between 4 to 5. So each
Okay.
one of us have rated like around 4.2, 4.3, or 4.5, whatever it is. So when you're displaying that on your portal, so how do you display as a rating? So do you sum all our ratings, or do you make an average of the ratings?
Average.
Because if you make a sum, let's say I'm taking four, four of us have given the rating. So each one of us have given 4 as a rating. Then if you sum 4 into 4, it is 16. 16 becomes
Right.
your rating, which is absolutely not correct. So if I
Right.
take an average, it becomes 4, correct? So
Right.
we have taken average of the aggregate rating. That is what we have done here. Since we are looking the values here in the average of the aggregate rating, even on the conditional formatting, I am applying the same thing, stating that look, my values are in the average. So consider this as an average.
Okay.
If my values are in the sum portion, so I'm gonna apply sum. If my values are in count distinct, I'm gonna use count distinct. If my values are in a count, I'll use the sum. I'll use count.
Hello.
So basically, what is the means what is the format of that column that we need to apply there in summarization?
I should say not format. I have to say the rating. I mean, what kind of aggregate value, matlab aggregate function that you have applied. Sum, average, count distinct. These are all aggregate functions. So
Okay.
basically, what kind of aggregate function that you are using, you are going to apply the same thing,
Okay.
right?
Sir, actually for me, that color variation applied in the country name, sir.
Because that's what exactly I have told you earlier. What you would have done the mistake is the series you haven't selected the average of the aggregate rating. You would have selected the country, and then you have applied the font color based upon the aggregate rating value.
Okay. So series we should have average of aggregate rating. Okay.
And once you apply it, you will see again you have to apply it on the font color. I know that is what exactly I have told earlier. Now we are earlier what we have discussed is I'm discussing only on how do you apply the conditional formatting only on this particular column. The second portion that I wanted to discuss is based upon this particular, I want to apply the conditional formatting to the country column based upon the value that we are going to get from the aggregate rating is what I thought. So you have done that earlier first, and then now you're going to do the first one. I mean, you just reversed it.
Okay, okay, sir. Meanwhile, I will do that earlier on. Thanks.
Yes.
If we have to do
So
the same for text, then how that can be done? For example, now rating text, not rated, poor, good, bad.
Okay.
So here it says values only. So if text has to be updated, so if poor is shown, then the color will be say red or something like that.
Good. We can do that. So
Okay.
what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use ratings,
Yes.
and then this time instead of showing the font color, I will go ahead with something else called the background color. Okay. So I'll switch on the background color first. And the moment once I switch on the background color, it says rules, values only.
Okay.
What field should be based upon this? First ratings, summarization. Okay. So when I'm trying to go and then update the same thing here based upon ratings or reading text, ratings.
Ratings.
So I'm selecting the ratings here. On the summarization, count and count distinct, this is what we have got. Or on the last, on the first. So if the value is, I'm gonna say if the value is good, then say it as green color. Then adding new rule. If the value is bad, then show it in the this color. Then if the value is excellent, then just keep this in the dark color, Zomato color. So this is on the background color that we have opted for, correct?
Right.
So when I look at for the background color, this is how it looks.
Okay.
Okay. Conditional formatting, you choose format style as rules, right?
Sorry.
In conditional formatting in ratings, you choose format style as rules, right?
Yes, format style as rules.
And values only. Apply to values only. No?
Okay, see, this is what I have done.
Hello. So,
Yes,
one query. Actually, in background color, in your it shows what field should be base this on. It's showing first rating. In my, it shows count of rating test. So anything difference in it? Nothing.
the summarization, do you select this first?
No, not yet. No, it's summarization. It shows count distinct and count.
Count distinct and count. Okay, because you are selecting the um okay, you might have selected the ratings number, but not the rating text. You are still selecting the
Oh,
aggregate rating or something.
okay, okay. I think might not change yet. No, sir, I selected the rating test only.
Okay, you want to share your screen?
Yes, sure. So from rating test, like visualization, rating test. Okay.
Mm. On the what field should be based upon? So instead of the counting of the rating text, just select the rating text there first on the left hand side. What field
Uh,
should be based on this? Below that, yeah, select that.
okay.
No, no, the earlier one. Count of rating text is already there, right?
Yes. Sir, here.
No, no, below portion. Below portion. No, no. What field should be based on this? Just below that it says count of the rating. Yeah, click on there. Type rating text.
Okay. We have to.
So select the no, no, select the rating text from the append one. Below
Uh,
this. Just select the rating text over there under the append one. No, no. Rating
this
text. Come
I'm
down.
using. Yes. Just still it shows.
Okay. Maybe I
I'm
would
also
say
facing same issue.
maybe just cancel this.
This column is rating, right? Shrikant?
Go to the
I'm
data view on the top. Data view.
So here or like
No, no. Go to the data view. Data view.
this one.
Right. Just move to the right hand side. Show me this rating text column.
The rating test not rated.
Okay. Can we okay, can we select only the ratings or go back and then just select the ratings alone? No, no, no. The first thing is on the table, no, no, on the table, instead of rating text, bring the ratings.
So here itself.
Select the table.
Sorry, sir. Okay.
Okay. After that, on your format visual,
Format teacher. Yes, sir.
Format, no, no, under the format you have visualization. The first one, build visualization. Select the build visualization before format visual. You have this option right before the format visual.
Uh,
Yeah,
se-
yeah.
yes, sir. So I have to change here. So,
Boolean. Yeah,
sir, I have to change.
yes. Remove that.
I have
Yeah.
to remove this and I have to add text. Uh,
Right. You need to remove that rating text from there and add the ratings from the append one column.
so this one.
Yes.
Okay, sir. So might be it will work.
Now just check this.
So again, it shows.
Count of the ratings. I think there is
So
something something we are missing up. The format is in the text format only, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, let me check this.
So I'll stop sharing or
No, no, just give me a minute. Let me see.
And same issue I
Okay.
am also facing.
No, no, कोई problem नहीं. Just go to the data view again one more time. Let me see. Go to the data view. Right. Select this rating text or rating.
so just a second. Sorry. So ratings.
Ratings column. Yeah. Select the rating column. Hmm. Okay. Just on the summarization. Go to the summarization.
So report.
Yeah. Go to the report and then click on the series and then background color. Just click on the conditional formatting again.
So
Right. Select the ratings and then just
yes,
click on the
sir.
format background color.
Yes, sir.
And on the summary, okay, change on the summarization in the middle portion summarization. Do you see that value there is first, last, and before that?
So this is one highest
Some
value on the.
under the summarization, you see there is a count formula like count. drop down. Uh, okay, I need to find out like why it is not reflecting it.
Maybe this is due to old version or something like that.
Not sure.
No, sir. Actually, I upgraded the last time, which as you informed me. So it might be the no, not the reason. It might be we had done some like error in previous data or something calculation.
Maybe. Let me see. Just a minute. No, just a minute. I'm looking out here. Okay. Um, can I do one thing? Can I look at this and then get back to you? Will that be okay? Because I
Yes, sir.
also need to
Sure.
refresh something because I'm not really sure like what exactly it is happening only for that particular bit.
Yes, sir. No issues. So we'll do it later.
Usually it should not be like that. Usually you should have something, to show. If it is not about the same thing, is it the same thing with city and country as well? Can you just check that once for me?
Yes, sir. The same. Sir.
Yeah, I mean, I just noticed it. Yeah. So looks like I think it is the same across all the file.
So we'll do it later on. We can continue with the class.
Sure, sure, definitely.
I think that the background color, like when we come to this format visual, the columns where we have added there, it says don't summarize. So maybe that is the reason. The columns where we have added in this columns section, in that visual column section,
Yeah, I know. You're talking about don't summarize and summarize, right?
yeah, for those
It
text.
ideally it should not be summarized.
Okay.
Ideally it should not be summarized, and I'm expecting the same thing that has happened there. So I checked on their systems on the data view. Yes, it is not summarized.
Okay.
Sam, stop sharing my screen.
Yep. Okay. So you can okay, I look at that issue, like what exactly is happening with that, and I'll get back to you. And meanwhile, what we can do is we can just continue with the remaining other visual portions. Right. So this is on the table visual that we are looking out here. Okay. So So specifically, whenever you want to apply any kind of a conditional formatting, this is the way that you are going to do on the table format. So you'll see the option on the cell elements. Then apart from this, what else we are looking out here? So the difference between a table and a matrix table, as I told you, like this is a kind of a pivot table structure. So how does it look like exactly? Let's say, for example, I'm making a duplicate of this page. I'm making a duplicate of this page. And here I would see the matrix table. So I'm selecting this and just convert the same thing to the matrix table. Now you might find the difference how it looks like. The moment I have added the data, the moment I have added the data, right? So the moment I have added the data, you're gonna see the same thing here. When I click on the Australia, okay, when I click on the Australia, I will see the information based upon the Australia. So it says the hierarchy is this way: country, city, ratings, and then month name. So I'm just changing this. So this comes in with a hierarchy like this on the matrix table. This is what a matrix table look like. The only difference between the matrix and the detail, and the table format is matrix table will be like a step by step, and then this will be not on a step by step, rather it is on a simple direction. In another word to say, this table format is nothing but the classic pivot table, and the matrix table is a non-classic pivot table. That's it. The options, everything remains the same between across the tables and the matrix table.
Sir, if we double click, we will get the entire record, sir.
You don't need to double click on this anywhere. Instead of doing or do any changes here, I would recommend you click on this, full hierarchy. So first thing, I'm gonna drill up everything. Do you see this option here?
Yeah, yeah.
So the moment once I click on this, everything will get open.
Okay, this is like the grouping in Excel. So
Yep.
if I want to get into a horizontal full file record of that information, so
You
in
are
a
going to
Excel,
use a table.
from there we will not be able to get that that type of information, right? From that
Right.
matrix, we will not be able to get it. Okay.
See, table looks like this and matrix table looks like this.
Okay. Okay.
Suppose, for example, instead of the count of the restaurant ID, now let's say, for example, if I'm gonna bring the same thing on the city, something like or month, I can bring like month to column. Okay. So what is gonna happen if you look at this, Australia by country, by city, and then by text, it gives you month on month information like this.
Okay, we can play around as per our
Yes,
expectation.
as per your convenience, the way that you want to show.
Shrikant, I'm
Yes.
not able to see the bottom options that you just shown us.
Bottom options.
Uh, shall I show you my screen?
Yeah.
यहाँ पे जो ऑप्शन आ रहे थे ना आपके दिस साइड
वो ऊपर आ रहा है ना?
वेयर
Okay, just Okay, you're all Nene, because okay, because you are selecting specific to India. Okay, can you select anywhere outside this table within the same, just outside the table? Select anywhere. Just click on anywhere. Select in the sense click anywhere. नहीं यहाँ पे नहीं. Delete this. Just above that portion. Huh. Now everything is open. Let me see what is that you have done. Rows, country, city, matrix. Okay. Matrix table में ही है. Right. Click on that I there, just below this I. What is that I? You know?
It's showing this too many cities.
You have brought the cities column there, no? Just swap the columns, swap the city to rows, and then bring month name down. Right hand side visualizations mein, on your right hand side visualizations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So bring the month name down and then put the city it up. This is okay, looking fine. Okay, why the hierarchy is missing? Can we go to the home page, please?
Here I think something is there, but that is not showing.
It is not showing up. I think the
Yeah.
mode is not showing up properly for you.
Yeah. Shall I restart this or what?
Yeah, you can just restart the system and then see. I mean, the desktop alone, only this portion alone. Just try restarting it and then see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think there is a text box added. That's why below that table one text box is added. If you delete that, it will show up.
Maybe. Thanks. Thank you, Nair. Maybe you can just look at the same thing. I
Where
suggested
I'll
that.
just reshare. Where?
Below this table, you click. Yeah, click there. Outside, yeah, outside.
Yeah, outside I'm clicking. There is
No,
no
I think
touch. No.
towards your right hand side.
This side?
Just type
Yeah.
Control A.
Okay, I don't think so. It's fine.
No, I don't see anything of
No,
that.
no, no.
Yeah.
Just close the file and then restart this again.
Yeah, yeah.
That till that time, actually, I missed that part. So I prepare the table, but can you guide me what you did after that? The country and the how.
Yeah.
Hello. So can I get you 5 minutes for that? Actually, I missed that part when you
Yeah. Share
prepare
your
the
screen.
method. Sir, I prepared a duplicate table here. Okay.
Okay.
Method. Okay. Now,
Select. Just select the table and then convert it into matrix table. That's it.
so we
Change
have
that
to select a
visual. No, no. Change the visual next to table. Table visual. Next to the
so
table
in
visual,
this
there is. Yeah. Next to that, just come down. Yeah.
this
Select the
one.
matrix. Yes.
Okay, so we have to add in this way. Okay, thank you, sir.
Srikant, I think this is showing some error. When restart, I just refresh it all, but ये file ये नहीं मिल रही है इसको.
Have you moved your database anywhere?
No.
If you don't move the database, okay, can I see the database where it is?
This is data set.
Okay, go back to that file, please. Go to the data source setting. No, go to the home tab. Home tab, right? Um, Click on the transform data drop down.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Here this is showing error. I don't know why.
The reason why, because within the Power BI, you have created one more folder called the data sets, and it is referring there. Go to the data source settings. Naina, just cancel. Go to the data source setting.
Mm,
The data under the home tab, data source group, you see the data source setting.
ah,
Okay, now if you observe all these files, right? All these files, if you go back to your folder, within the Power BI, there is another file called the data sets. It is moved in within inside this.
okay.
So that is what the problem is getting created.
And this is under Power BI. So shall I again paste
Double
these
click on the
files
data set.
into?
Right. Now, now select the path on from the top. Select the entire path. No, get inside the data. So data sets. Click on the data set. Now take the path from the above on the Windows Explorer. Yeah. Select this path. Copy. Okay. Now what you need to do is, first thing, Africa is already selected. Just click on the change source just below. Update the file there. Before the power. No. Control Z. Right. See. Just click. Oh, it's already gone. Everything.
Oh,
Cancel. Go to Asia or anything else instead of this. Click on cancel. Click on.
no, it is gone.
No, just click on cancel. I'm
Yeah,
saying click on Asia. The next one.
yes.
Click on the change source. Before Asia and the slash, you just need to update the path.
Here,
You
no?
need to replace. Yeah, that's it. This is what you need to do. Click OK. Can you just update the same thing for all the files other than the Africa first? Right. Once you update,
Shall I refresh it now?
yes, refresh all. Click on refresh all. Looks like Zomato Europe, it is not updated yet.
Europe is not updated.
No, Europe it is updated, but there is a wrong notion, no, wrong thing updated over there. I think there is one extra I over there.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. So
Right?
shall I do close and apply?
Yes.
Yeah, but still this option is not available. I don't know what is the issue.
Okay. Maybe you can restart the system again once we have a
Okay.
short break,
Yeah, yeah.
and we'll see.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's the difference between a table and a matrix table. Now, let's look at the next portion, what we are trying to do here. Let's look at the start with the new portion. So in this case, I'm trying to look at for the next remaining other visuals, right? Since take in the interest of time, what I wanted to give you an understanding is whatever the concept that I'm gonna teach you on this charts, okay, like stake bar chart or clustered bar chart or a clustered one or a stake column chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then finally 9. All these 9 charts, okay. So I'm gonna give only one simple visual. So you can follow the same visual and the same visual steps will be applied across the 9. But of course, yes, there is a limitation in each of the um, visual that we are looking at. So I'll show you the difference where it is and how it is. So just watch my screen for a minute and then you're gonna apply the same thing back. So I'm going to take one of the chart here, which is clustered column chart. Okay. So I'm gonna pick this up, clustered column chart. I'm just doing it applying here. So on the clustered column chart, the inputs that I'm gonna have is one is your x-axis, y-axis, and then what is your legend. Okay. So on the x-axis, I'm gonna bring on month. I'm gonna bring on the month. Then as per the month, I'm also going to bring, I want to bring the cost in the USD, the average cost in the USD. So I'm going to plot it onto the y-axis. Okay. So this is what it is. The sum of the cost in the USD is 1, or I can also just put the average of the cost in the USD. So anything would be the same. So this is what I have just brought in onto the simple clustered column chart. Now, apart from this, what else I can add? Instead of average of the cost in the USD, I can also bring some other element which makes more sense about this. Let's say okay, there is one cost in the USD and then average cost for two aggregate rating, right? Let me bring up the aggregate rating. Instead of sum, I should also put this as the average of this aggregate rating. Okay. So I've just brought in the average of the aggregate rating. So this is what I have just brought in. Now, what we are looking at here is, let's on this particular simple visual, let's look out different options. Let's look out different kinds of options that we are seeing. I mean, which we are going to witness. Point number one, the moment once I bring some visual here, the expectations will be different for each one of us. Okay. So when I say that expectations, um, like in Excel, we tend to bring a lot of format here. So how do I make the formats? Go to the format your visual. As usual, I'm gonna click on the format your visual. So for any visual that you are going to work on, as I told you, in general, the title will be something that you can always keep a change. So here I'm gonna edit the title name. Okay. So cost versus rating. I'm just gonna put cost versus rating. So this is on the title portion, which is absolutely okay. Now I can do the changes to the title formats and everything, which you already have done earlier. So it remains the same. Sorry. So on the visual side, what we are looking at is on the x-axis. So let me walk you through this bit. X-axis is the data label where you can see under the x-axis, you can either switch on the axis or you can switch off the axis. If you switch on, I mean, if you switch off, you will see the month names are gone. If I switch on, the month names are the month values are updated. So I can increase the font size from here, or I can, yes, this is a place where you can increase the font size, bold, and then you can make the color. Okay. And then the title, if you want, you can remove the title here. So you can just switch off the title of the x-axis. So the title portion is gone. Similarly, I have the same options showing up on the x-axis, which is reflecting the same thing, which will reflect the same thing on the y-axis as well. So this is what the minimum and maximum auto range. And the best portion, the best thing is I'm just gonna switch off the y-axis as well. The title also, I'm just gonna remove it so that I can see the space, utilize the space. And legend, if it is, yeah, let the legend be on. So not a big deal. So we can just keep the same thing. Legend is this. Grid lines, we don't require the grid lines here. Zoom slider. Okay, you want to increase or decrease um, the visual, the zoom slider will be, the zoom slider I mean, is useful in this way. So for example, this is a place where I can see slide like this down and up. So how does this work? Based upon your minimum to maximum axis line, which is already plotted automatically. So in general, we don't take the zoom slider. Then on the columns bit, anything that I need to look at the column bit. So on the columns bit, if I want to change the colors of that and then bring up a simple theme, so I'm gonna make use of this. And then the data labels, you can switch on the data labels. And again, you want to apply the data label settings to the all the places like I mean the position, and on the value side you want to increase the size or decrease the size. Yes, this is where you can just keep it. Okay, so these are the simple options that you're gonna see. There, I mean, all I could say, you're going to spend your time most in terms of, on the format your visual, on the visual settings. So this is a portion where you're going to spend more time. Okay, and the options what you are gonna see here right now will remain the same across the stake bar chart, and then clustered stake column chart, and then clustered bar chart, clustered column chart, and then 100% staked, 100% column, and till here where you can see the staked area chart. Okay, and apart from this, in the general port, in the general bit of this particular visual, that we are going to specifically look out for the effects, where I can just mention the visual border. All right, so this is what we have done. So just give a try. Create a create this clustered column chart. This is a clustered column chart. Try to create this and then let me know. So if we can move further on this.
Sir, after duplicating that matrix chart, how to delete, sir? Delete that, make it a blank canvas.
No, you can create a new page. That's what I have created. Or you want to create this matrix table, you can want to clear this, then select this, and then just click on delete.
Selection how, sir? Control A or how?
No, just with the mouse.
Okay. Click, then right click.
Delete.
How to get
No,
that delete?
just click on the
Simply
delete button on your delete button on your keyboard.
okay. Okay, I deleted. Okay.
Yeah.
Second, what is in X column and what is in Y column?
X column I have just brought in the month. Y column I have brought in the cost out, average cost in the USD and aggregate rating, average of the aggregate rating.
Sir, after clicking that clustered column, how to add that field, sir? That can I share
See,
the screen? Uh,
you need to select this visual first, and under
okay,
the build visual, you will
okay,
have the x-axis and y-axis. So you need to drop the data accordingly.
okay. Drag and drop.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Month name. Okay. That's average cost of two, sir. Which one? That average cost in USD.
Average of cost in the USD, average of the aggregate rating.
Sir, hello.
Yes.
You added a slider somewhere. So, so from where you added zoom slider, right?
Yeah, zoom slider, but I deleted it. I have not added that here.
No,
Go to
for
the format
practice
your
purpose
visual.
only, sir.
This is a place on the
Okay.
format your visual.
Yeah. Okay. So I got it. Uh, actually, okay.
Sir, those data labels where we get after putting the two values x y axis two values.
See, when you scroll down, you will get onto the data labels here
Scroll down
under the
under
format.
visual.
Format
Okay,
your visual.
format visual.
Shrikant, how can I enable this month name? Not able to enable this.
You're not you're not able to.
I'm not able to see this month name. How we can activate this month name?
Okay. X-axis. Did you switch on the x-axis?
Yeah, yes, switch on the x-axis.
So if x-axis is switched on, you should be able to see the names.
I'll show you my screen.
Okay, I believe you would have brought in the month number.
Month number is there.
Yeah, I, yeah, that's what I say. Instead of the
Yeah.
month name, you have brought in the month number, and that is what you have done.
Uh,
Instead of month number, you should
okay,
bring
okay,
the
okay.
month
Got
name on
it,
the
got it.
table. Yeah.
So how to remove that month and this in it?
How to remove the
So month, the y-axis and x-axis cover the named.
title, the titles you should
Yeah,
see
title.
under the x-axis. There should be a portion called the title. So you need to remove the title.
And how can we edit these titles, means bold and this font size, how we can change?
Go to the format your visual. So okay, which one you want to do the which one you want to do the formatting?
These both titles, these
Both the
titles.
title.
Yeah.
Those are not called titles. Those are
Oh,
called.
sorry, sorry. Yeah. Headers, I think. No?
So no, no. So what are those? What are those called? See, what I wanted to tell you.
Yes.
मेरा कहना see, my point is very simple. When you want to do something, first we need to know what exactly that you are looking out. So are you
Mm.
referring to that 8.3K, 8.2K? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yes, yes.
So what is that called is what I'm saying. Have you done the graphs earlier?
Uh, these are the column headers.
Those are called data labels.
Okay. Data labels. It is.
So if
So
you,
I
yeah.
activated this. Yeah. But
So when you scroll down within that, you will find a lot of options. Keep down, coming down. See, data label values.
okay. Got it. Got it.
Okay. So this is one portion of. Okay, I hope you guys. I hope you guys were able to do it till here. So the second portion of it, what I wanted to explain here. So when I select this graph, okay, or let's say the visual, as I told you, apart from the build visual will be helpful. I mean, under the build visual, you should be able to see where you can. How do you update the values? Where are the values that you need to bring it from? The x-axis and y-axis. So this is what you are gonna bring it. Okay, and I'll talk about the small multiples again. So you don't need to do it. Just a minute. right? So when I'm talking about the small multiples here, okay, you don't need to do it on your system. Just watch my screen so that you're aware of what I'm talking. So how the small multiples will be helpful, because this is one of the new feature you are going to see on the Power BI. So if I looking at the portion of this data, when I'm looking at the portion of this data, and let's say when I want to divide this data by certain information, for example, if I want to see the same data for each of the quarter, sometimes either I might bring the quarter um, as a sample, as a slicer, and then I can see the data. This could be this could be one way, or what I need to do is either, okay, I didn't have the quarter here information, so I can divide this data in two different portions. So let's say uh, has online delivery and has table booking. So there is something like this which is given, okay, or let's say by continent. I want to see the same information by month. What is the average cost? What is the aggregate rating? Okay, I'm gonna bring the continent, which is a small multiple. So just see, the moment once I bring onto the continent, okay, there are around 7 continents information. So the same data, what you're gonna see, is been divided into 7 different portions. This is for Africa, this is for Asia. When I scroll down, I would see for Europe, NAM, Oceania, and then SAM. Since the data I'm just showing it, so you can see now the portion. Okay, so your data is again given in between or divided in between the 6 portions. Got it? You understand like what exactly is a smaller multiples now? मैं silent में हूँ नहीं.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the second, but apart from this, what else you have? Apart from this, what else you have? So when I look at the portion on the right hand side in this visual, build your visual. Okay, so now I'm talking about format your visual. You have you listen to you looked into all the options, which is absolutely okay. Apart from this, what else the Power BI is offering in terms of these kind of visuals? So here I say add the further analysis to your visual. If you look at this portion, add further analysis to your visual. Okay, this is one of the portion that I'm looking out for. Okay, look at this data here. So there is something called constant line, minimum line, maximum line, average line, median, percentile line, and then error bars. Okay, so there are around different lines of data here: constant, minimum, max, average, median, percentile, and then error. So I'm not going to walk you through each one of the option here, but I'm going to give you an understanding. So probably by this time you should have understand about the analytics. So when I talk about the analytics portion here, okay, so what does this say? Basically, whenever we are looking out for a particular graph, whenever we are talking on a certain graph, so we would like to see, we can bring certain constant line. So what does a constant line say? Maybe in this case, I'm looking out for the average cost in the USD for each of the month. So I'll go to the constant line and I can try to add one more line here and then say this is one of the constant line. I can rename this constant line as, let's say, target cost. This might not make sense, but still, just bear with me. I say target cost. I would like to see my target cost is around $10. Okay. My target cost is around $10. So I'm gonna give a $10 as my constant, and I can give the portion here. Let's say I'm gonna bring a dark line, and I can bring the dashed line or a solid line based on whatever it could be. Position, probably we can keep it in front, or you want to keep it behind, it will be on the behind bars. And the data label for this will be switched on. So this is the data label, and you will not see much formatting on the data label. So the font size will be the same, so you can't change the font size. So you can just keep it the same as it is. So this is one of the constant line I have added. Now, once I added the constant line for the average, this is my target line. So once the moment I have added this target line, okay, so the target line says $10, and that is what the constant line I have just added here. And then post which what is going to happen? Okay, I've added the target cost. So I can add one more line. The moment once I added the constant line in the bracket, it shows constant line as 1. So I have I have the possibility to add one more line, and I could say instead of the target cost, this time I would say um, uh, average, target rating. Okay, target rating. And in the target rating, I want to take the value. So this time, what am I going to do? In another case, what am I going to do? I'm not going to rely on the value directly. Like I might have something like in my mind, like 3 or 4 or 5 is a target. Okay, but this time what I'm going to do is I'm trying to make something little dynamic. What? So click on this FX button again, and I have got the field value. So instead of the count of the month name, I can choose append name. I'll choose the rating here, and I can give an average rating. So I would say the target should always be average of the aggregate rating, or I would say instead of the target rating, I can still mention as average rating line, overall average rating line. And the color I can portion or mention it here. Maybe I can choose a different color, the same color only. There's no problem. So I'll just make a solid line. So I can keep this again behind so that the graphs are not getting updated, and the data label on. Okay. So now you can see that there are two constant lines I have updated on the graph, and then that is where it is showing two constant lines. Okay. So these are two constant lines. So similarly, you can add a minimum line, you can add a maximum line, and there is no there is no stoppage over like how many constant lines you can add. You can add more number of constant lines, of course, but we don't do it based upon the data that we are holding. We usually don't try to add more, but yes, there is a possibility you can add. So this is a constant line, minimum line, maximum line, average line. Okay. Okay, you might ask me, we already have the average line. Why did you again do an average? No, I haven't done the average, Jan Puchke, but I have done it, shown you to show what are the different options that you have, on the FX, on the function, custom functions. So this is one of the average line. I hope everyone know what a median line is and how it is calculated. Okay, median line ke bare matlab, I hope everyone know like what a median calculation is, how you can calculate it. Okay, so I would buy the silence as yes, you are aware of. Similarly, on the percentile also. So there is nothing that this is a combination like a function. Minimum is a function, maximum is a function, average is a function, median is a function, percentile is also a function. So these are the functions that you can bring in. So each one of the function can be represented here in terms of a line on the analytics page, right? So this is on the analytics side. So just give it try and then see, bringing any one of the analytics side on side this graph.
Sir, hello.
Yeah,
So you the second constant line, what word you had used it? Average,
I mean that's average, not average. I would say
minimum something.
target cost and average rating.
Okay. So average rating you use 10, right? And
Yeah.
target cost you use 2.67. Okay.
Shrikant, I'm unable to see a target cost line. It is showing on me on X axis.
Okay, I believe have you updated the number, because initially when you click on that it will show at the bottom
Yeah, it is
as a dotted
showing.
line.
Yeah, this at this line.
Yeah, but then you have to give the function to that, right? Either you have to update the value or you need to update a function.
Update this value 10.
Right, I have updated the value as a average.
No, I'm just on a first target cost.
Right, even on the target cost, have you updated the value? Have you given any value over there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If
So if
screen
you give
is,
the if you have given a value, then you should see the value over there.
it is showing me in the bottom. It's around $10.
Sir, have you updated the value for that? Have you updated the value here? Where am I highlighting on the screen?
Not getting.
Okay, can you share your screen, please?
I think this now it is showing this. If I put $100, then it is showing.
Okay, if you give 10, obviously you will not see anything, because you are
Yeah,
representing the value in terms of 10K, or the summation like 8.2K, 7.9K. Then yes,
right,
you will not see anything. Correct.
right, right,
Give
right.
give around 7,000 or 8,000, then you should be
Yeah,
able to
now
see the
now it
value.
is right, right. Now it is coming.
Yeah.
Thank
Sir, how to change the value for the second line, sir? First, I created one line, then I added the second line. So the different values I need to give.
Yeah. So once you select the add the line, below that you will see the value portion, or below that you will see the line. Under that you should be able to give the value.
Okay, let me try, sir.
Yeah.
you. So Shrikant, by any chance, can we see this? We can see this data label, but can we see the data name is the average cost or target cost that we labeled it, that we can't see on the graph, right?
No, you will not see that on the graph. You will not see that on the graph. That is not going to get added.
Okay.
But I mean, you want only the name, or you want both the things?
No, I think you're right, Biz. basically we don't require this now. We are just, this is a graphical form, so we are just showing this average cost and target
Uh,
cost.
No, you
So
can keep, no, no, if you want, you can bring the value over there like this. This is what, is this what you're asking?
exactly. So
So what you need to do is under the data label, there is a portion called style. Okay. So when you click on that, you will have data value and name. And if you click on both, ideally it will show both the values. Target cost is $10. This is how it shows.
okay.
Here that average line showing the same thing, count and distinct count only.
Sorry, it just shows count and count distinct.
Yeah, in that conditional function.
For which one that you're talking? I mean, for which one? Which value that you're talking about? Hello.
For average rating,
Okay.
yeah, we use that function, right? Conditional formatting instead of
Right.
dash value.
Right.
Yeah, when we click on that function, again, it's showing only this count and distinct count.
So you're not seeing the aggregate rating here.
Yeah, that's not seen.
Okay. Then can you please check if that aggregate rating portion is in the text column or in a number column?
It's in a number column, decimal number.
It's in the decimal number.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I look at the screen, please? Then.
Uh,
Okay. So click on that value. See, you're selecting the month name. Then that is
yeah.
what exactly I'm saying.
Even if when I click on this,
Select the aggregate rating on the top. Yeah. Right. Now change
okay,
this to average.
okay.
All right. Good. Okay. Um, let's take a 10 minutes short break, and then
Okay.
we'll regroup. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So let's get started. Or should we wait for Manchu, Narendra? Okay. You guys are able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right. So we are talking about the format. I mean, we are talking about the visuals, and then again, we are talking about the format your visual. And apart from this, we're also talking about the analytics on the visual side. Then what else I'm left over with this particular graph? The last thing that I have to cover up on this particular um, visual is, if you observe the month names here on the below bottom portion, they're actually not
The
correct.
screen is not shared, I guess.
Okay, sorry. Okay, we go here. So what we can still see, I could see that the portion, I mean the visual portion here, right? So I could still see that the month names are not coming up in an order. They are scattered here and there, right? So this is the issue that we usually come across in the Power BI. So how do you make a workaround on this? So first thing, what am I doing to do is I'll go to the more options for the very, I mean, on the very first note, what you do, go to the more options, and then you will find something called the sort axis. On the sort axis, first check very clearly if the month name is been sorted or not. First check if the month name is sorted or not. So just click on the month name first. Okay. Post which again ensure that it is in the ascending or descending order. So let's say I have sorted the data by month and it is in the ascending order. But if you look at this in the ascending order now, it says April, August, December. Still, this is not in a proper format, isn't it? What you need to understand is Power BI will not have, okay, Power BI doesn't understand the month names in an order. We need to ensure that we are helping the Power BI to identify the month names in an order through some other means. So what is that some other mean when I say, so we are going to go back to the data. And if you remember that we have created a portion here called the month number. Okay. We have created a column called the month number. So what am I going to do is I'm going to create or select this month number and then choose it in an ascending or descending order. So let's say I'm choosing this month in an ascending order. When I go back to the report view, okay, when I go back to the report view, do you still see this is this still sorted out by axis? Absolutely not. What should I do for that? All I need to do is after I have sorted the month by axis like ascending or descending, I'm going to click on the month name and click on the sort by column and then choose month number here. This is one month number. Okay. I am first sorting the data by month. After I have sorted the data by month, I am sorting the month name as per the month. Okay. So what does that mean in here? Although when I select the month, it is the data streams in a descending or ascending order. But this portion, what we have done right now, if we do it this way, that is when your graph will automatically get adjusted. Now you see the graph is adjusted. January, February, March, April, May. So this is how you are going to sort the axis of the month in the Power BI and ensure that you follow this kind of a procedure. What if the month numbers are there? No, but you need to add the month number and then only then you should be able to do it. There should be, this is how there should be a means inside your data, inside your data. So give it a try and then see on this bit if you're able to do the same thing.
So,
हाँ जी बोलिए.
so I have a query. Actually, we done the sorting of month. Okay, in month name, like uh, what we have to do?
Sorted by.
Actually, I went to the this more option, then
Mm-hmm.
sorted access month name
Mm-hmm.
to ascend, uh, ascending. I done.
Right.
Then I went to a data.
Right.
Then I sorted a month
Okay.
by ascending.
Right.
Okay. Then I clicked it on month column,
Month name.
month name. Sorry.
Okay.
Then actually missed that
The
part.
sort by, just you need to click on the sort by column. You need to select this month name and then choose the option on the top which is sort by column here.
So I selected that. Uh,
Once you select this, you should select the month number,
uh,
like the column month.
okay. I have to go in column. Okay. I will try it, sir.
Yeah.
Shrikant,
Yes.
but what if the data is for more than 1 year? Means there are, for example, in month name, the data might be from January 20, January 21. It might be happen that like that now. So how
Correct.
can we, in that case, how can we do this?
Then you need to find a portion like you need to again find a methodology where the years are sorted first and then the alphabets are been sorted later.
But it will not come in one chart, right? Then it
No,
will
it can
split in.
no, it can come in one chat, but I'm not sure. Like, I understand your question, but am I understanding the question in much more deeper insights? That is, I'm afraid of, because I'm not really sure what you're. I mean, I'm thinking about this way. Are you saying in a month column, if their data is like January 2020, January 2021, January
Right,
2022, is this?
right.
So if you have data like this, then what you need to do is either you need to change the convention in a different way, because again you're sorting by month, so all the Januaries will come in a single order. Now within the January, again when you talk about the 20 in 2021, 2022, yeah, that comes in an order automatically once you do it. So in a graph it will come like January 2020, 2021, 2022 in a line wise.
So uh, can we do the earlier you shown the small multiples?
Mhm.
If we choose for year the small multiples and then we segregate these months in year wise.
That can also be done. Yeah, that also will be good. So you're basically separating the year,
Year
making the
in
year
small
separately.
multiples, yeah.
Yes.
And then the ascending order, month wise ascending order.
Yes, you can still do that. I said earlier, like, the creativity, the data of, the data information, everything is in your hand. But I'm just giving you the options, like whatever the options you have. Yes, that is also one of the best option, like what you mentioned. Okay. All right.
Sir, to get that
Mm-hmm.
sorting, so we should go to that data data table and then do that sorting, right? First.
Yes.
Okay. But that month column alone is not there. It's showing date.
आपने month add नहीं किया था. Maybe you would have missed the month earlier.
Okay, okay. Right. Okay, we'll proceed.
Right. Okay. So this is one certain visual that we are talking about, wherein this is a clustered column chart, one of the family. So as a sample case, I'm going to do another chart as well. Like Control C, I'm going to select this visual, do a Control C, and then do a Control V, and I'm going to just bring it down here. Okay, I brought it down. Now this time what I did is I'm going to select this visual very quickly, very quickly. I am changing this to a area chart. I'm changing this to an area chart like this. Okay, so this is an area chart. Just as a sample, I'm doing it. For a sample case, I'm doing it. So the options, everything, whatever I have spoken to you should remain the same. Something like the secondary access, the legend, the colors and everything. Okay, so I'm using the lines here, applying the settings, shape, colors. So I'm choosing the dark color here on the top and then the lighter color down. Sorry, darker on the top. Okay, and again the constant lines, it remains the same way. Only the appearance changes between both the places. I mean, changed between both the places, but otherwise around everything remained the same. Okay, because this shouldn't take much time. So what am I going to do? I'm going to add one more text box. So this text box is, I mean, this is again one of the points that we can still discuss on the Power BI. I go to the insert first. I'll go to the insert, and under the insert, there is under the insert, under the elements group, there is an option here called the text box. Okay, under the insert elements group, there is an option here called the text box. So in Power BI, the text box is little different. When I say little different, this is like nothing like so complicated or anything, but this remains the same way. Okay, it remains the same. So what am I doing to do here is I'm going to first explain in the notes very clearly about the analytics notes. Portion is on the analytics notes. So control B, control U. So these portions will remain the same. I'm just making a center notes. Then I'm gonna write information here and then not bold the left hand side. And I'm gonna say constant line. Don't worry, I'm gonna increase the font size. Okay, so I'll say constant line or y-axis constant line, right? And then what else I'm going to say? Um, constant line, then minimum min line, and then max line, and then median line, average line, then percentile line, error bars, constant, minimum, max, average, median, percentile, and error bars. Right. So let me say all these are, I mean, these are like a different options. So y-axis constant line, you will find it in the area chart. Okay. So the name remains the same, but you're going to find it out here. So why did I list those notes here? Okay. Why did I list the notes here? Now you can just see the notes that I'm going to write here. Sorry if I'm taking too much of time, but this is important and necessary that I want to give this note so that you will refer to this note so that I mean, you will have an easy understanding. Right. So on the visuals portion, okay, on the visuals portion, what I'm looking at is stake bar chart. Okay. So I'm explaining it here. Stake bar chart. Okay. Stake bar chart will have only the constant line, right? Stake bar chart will have only the constant line. So it doesn't have any other portion like the other ones. It doesn't have anything. Stake bar chart will have only constant lines and the error bars. Okay. Similarly, stake column chart staked column chart, it will have only again the constant and error lines. Okay. Clustered. The clustered bar chart will have the data. Clustered bar chart will have the data from 1 to 7. And similarly, the clustered column chart will have the data again, the analytics from 1 to 7. And then 100% stake bar chart will have again only 1 to 7. Similarly, 100% stake column chart, this will have only the first and second portion. I mean the constant line and then the error lines. Okay. And apart from this, so that is what the visuals we are talking about, the stake bar chart, stake column chart, and then clustered bar, clustered column chart, and then 100% staked, 100% bar chart, and then the line area and the 100 staked area chart. So all this will have the data from 1 to 7. This line chart, this is area chart, and 100% area chart. Okay, so 100% staked area chart will not have all this, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, it does have only the constant line. It will only have the constant line. So only one. Even the line chart will have only line chart will have 1 to 7. Area chart will have 1 to 7. Or not 1 to 7, 1 to 6. Yeah, I just want to 6. Okay. So what does this indicate next time whenever you are looking at the graph? Okay. Or let's say whenever you want to plot a particular visual in the Power BI. Now this place will actually help you the sample how it visual looks like, and will also let you know on the analytics perspective. You can see the first 6 graphs. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. The first 9 graphs, you will see what are the different kinds of analytics node. And apart from this, the other graphs that we are going to look out, none of them will have any analytics. None of them will have any analytics. So the analytics are provided only on this particular visuals alone, but not on the other visuals. So I'm just going to rename this page here as visuals 1, and I'll save it so that you can refer to this visuals 1 at any point, and then you will be able to understand.
What is this 1 to 7? Stake bar chart 1 to 7. 1 to
Look at the
6.
portion on the top.
Oh,
When I
okay.
say,
Okay, okay. Got it, got it.
yeah, yeah, I should say 1 and 7. Okay. So I'll move on to the next visuals, like visual 2. And now I'm gonna make a copy of the same thing, which is the line and staked and then line and clustered column chart. Now the options between them should also remain the same, like whatever the portion that we are working on here right now. So we'll pick up one of the portion. Okay, I'm gonna pick up one of the visual here. Like I'm copying the same visual. I'm pasting the same visual here again on the top. So since this is I mean, I'm going to keep the line and staked column chart. I'm just keeping the line and staked column chart. Okay. So the moment once I click on the line and stake column chart here, you can see the portion, how it looks in. Since it is a stake chart, okay, since it is a stake chart, the portions that I have added, like average cost in the USD and average of the aggregate rating, they are being put on the top. So like average cost in the USD below and then aggregate rating on the top. And why there are no other constant lines? As I told you, there are no analytics offered on this particular combo chart, right? So this is something called a combo chart. However, what does this combo chart also will tell me? The portion what I have added, if you look at the chart, I said average of the cost in USD and the average of the aggregate rating. So I'm adding both of them on one place. Rather, if I want to show the same aggregate rating on a different axis, I can bring this portion down. Like on the column axis, I have given the average cost in the USD and I mentioned the average of the aggregate rating on the y-axis, right? So this is how I have just adjusted the graph.
Sir,
So I'll,
sorry for interrupting. So,
uh-huh.
sorry for interrupting. So you have changed to average rating into uh, where you put it, sir? L something you put.
It's in the line y-axis.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
It's on the line y-axis. So after which now I'm just doing the same as usual portion of format your visual. So all I wanted to do is to just ensure that the colors are changed. That is what I'm just trying to maintain my color. And then spacing is not a problem. And then on the lines, yes, I think I'm good with the lines, or I can still give some shape like a black in color as well. And this is called um, line and staked column chart. So I'm going to mention the same portion here, stating it doesn't have any analytics offered. So I'll just mention the same thing over here on the notes. right? So I'm just giving you a notes up here that there are no analytics for this kind of line and stake column chart. And this is how it looks like. And the same portion, what am I doing again? I'm just copying the same visual and then paste it below. Okay. And I'm pasting it below. And then I'm changing this to the line and clustered column chart. Now you will not find any difference between these two. You will not find any difference between these two. Reason being, line and staked one and then column chart, they are just little different. Where do you find the difference? If I add few more data information here, in terms of the average cost, I'm adding this information. And let's say if I add few more information here, like rating text, not rating text. Let's say the count the customers or the cuisines. I'm gonna add the cuisines data here, the count of the cuisine. Okay. The moment once I click on the count of the cuisine, the data has automatically changed. So instead of count of the cuisines, I'll say count distinct of the cuisine. So this will little add the portion up. So I'll go back here and again going back to the constant. Okay, columns and then the count of the cuisines. I'm giving up a simple color. I'll keep it the other way around. And the same data, if I'm adding down here, like going back to the visual and bring the same count of the cuisines and say the average of the cuisines or the count distinct of the cuisine. So this is how it looks like. Okay.
Srikant, sorry, can you please repeat again?
Right. I'll repeat this. See, this is called the line and stake column chart, and this is called the line and clustered column chart. So stake chart mein kya hoga? We are adding few more information. For example, if I when I select this visual, I've added on the x-axis there is month name, and on the y-axis what we have added is average of the cost in the USD, which we have added, which is denoting down, and then we are also adding what is the count of the cuisine, the distinct count of the cuisine. Okay, distinct count of the cuisine. So with this, the statistics are added above the cost in USD. Okay, so that is where you will see the portion here, it is less, and then above that you are showing the results. And on the line y-axis, which is on the secondary axis, we have already added the aggregate rating. In the clustered column chart, what it is going to happen, instead of adding top on that one, instead of taking the data up top on each other, it is side by side giving you the information. You see here there are side by side representing the same data, we are representing in a side by side portion here. So this is called the clustered one. This is called the clustered way. This is called the stake way. And yes, both that doesn't have any kinds of analytics offered. Okay. The same graph, how it looks like in a staked one and the clustered one is what we are looking at here. Yes, are we clear on this? Okay, looks like if we are clear, then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, before we move on to the next one, I really want everyone to just have your attention, uh, towards this visuals when I'm doing, because once after I do the visual, then I would expect you guys to do a practice so that you are following me on every point that I'm mentioning, and then you are applying back. And then in case if you have any, if you have got any questions, we can discuss over the same thing. That's what I'm going to expect. I hope I can move on to the next one. All right, then let's take a look. So I'm going to create one more page here, and then I would say a visual 3, visuals 3. And in this portion of the visuals 3, what we are going to look, uh, I'm going to take one particular example, and based upon the same example, we are going to see the data for the remaining other visuals as well. So before we get into that, just give me a minute. Let me look at the data. I'm looking at for something that I am. Okay, month is okay. 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 Right. So this every continent. Okay. So before I get into this visual, right? The the visual name is called the ribbon chart. Okay. The visual name is called the ribbon chart. That's the first thing. Second thing, what is it I'm going to represent on the visual ribbon chart? So I'm interested to see more in terms of how is the average cost of the what is the average cost in the average cost of the cuisines. Okay, where we have converted into the dollar value, right? So I would like to see the average cost of the cuisine across all the continents. However, I would also would like to see how each continent price is varying between every month. Okay, I'll repeat it one more time. On a simple note to say, I would like to see what is the average cost of the cuisines across all the continents, across all the months. How is it varying? Is it decreasing? Is it increasing? Or how is it we are looking at? And for each month, I would like to see who is doing on the top, who is on the less. Okay, who is consistent, who is not consistent. So this is what I'm gonna look at the data. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the ribbon chart, and I'm gonna analyze the ribbon chart here. So I'm picking up the portion of the ribbon chart. Then for the ribbon chart, I need to update the values. So how do I update the value? So select this on the x-axis. On the x-axis, I'm gonna plot the value for months. So I'm going to bring month. I'm gonna bring the month name here. Okay, on the x-axis. Then on the y-axis, I need to add the data for. So I'm gonna add the data on the y-axis for the continents. Sorry, On the y-axis, I'm going to bring the cost in the USD. Instead of sum of the cost, I would say average of the cost is what am I looking at. I brought in the month on the x-axis, y-axis I brought the cost in USD. But for the ribbon chart to work, what requires? The ribbon chart to work, as I told you, I want to analyze for each of the month, what is the average cost and across the continents. So I'm going to bring up the continents here on the legend portion. I brought in the continents on the legend portion. The moment once I brought in the continents on the legend portion, now do you see, observe how the data is actually looking like? I'm not sure like how much it went to your head, and then what are the different questions, but let me also do this way. I'll explain this, don't worry. So first thing, I'm going to go to the format your visual. Okay, and let me do this way. Let me also show you something different. Um, Instead of doing all this kind of formats and everything right now, whatever I'm gonna work on, I will simply do this way. I will go to one of the tables and I'll see one of the visuals here. And I felt this visual looks better for me. So I'm gonna pick up this visual. I'll go to the home page, click on the format painter of this visual, and then come back to the visual 3. And I'm gonna just simply update it here. If you observe, the moment once I update it here, you can see the portion here updated everything. Okay. And my data labels here are not switched on because although it is switched on, it says the size should be decreased in. So I'm gonna just decrease the size of it, and then let's see. Right. So it requires the minimum size. So fine, this is absolutely okay. Now just take a look on the visual. So what does this visual say? Okay. Now go ahead with this particular legend here, which is continent: Africa, Asia, Europe, NAM, Oceania, and SAM. Right. The orange portion we are looking more. So let's look at the Europe. Okay. What it says, Europe is, if I look at the graph, overall, if I look at the graph, okay, overall, when I'm looking at the graph, what the portion say, Europe is doing excellent and standing top in almost all the months. Okay. Europe is actually doing very, very good in terms of all the months, and specifically it is standing on the top. Somewhere in the month of October, the cost was reduced a little bit, but otherwise around Europe stands high in terms of the average rating or average cost in the USD across every month. Then let's look at who is on the pink color, which is Oceania. Who is on the pink color, which is on the Oceania. Oceania is doing good in the month of January, and but that is in the third position. So it consistently maintained the position in January and then February, and then in the March it took the second position, and again it third position, and again 3, and again 2. Okay, so from the month of June, July, August, September, it is almost in the second portion, and again in the October third. So overall, it either be in the third position or it either be in the second position, right? But then on an average, I should say the more number of times it is on the second position, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it is the same with the third position in the other places. So on an average, it is like around second or third position it will be. Okay. And similarly, if you look at the remaining other portions, right, you don't really need to have a data label, but in case if you want to have the data label, you can switch it on. If not, the legend is more than enough to just say where we are. So let's look at the NAM, or let's say Africa. And what is the least one? The least one says it is Asia. Asia is always in the last bottom position since the whole year, starting from January to December. It is not, I mean, it is consistently in the last position. That's what I would say. Consistently, it is in the very, very last position every time. What is the format your visual? So let's say, for example, if I switch off the data labels, which is not okay, I mean, which is not required for now. So I could still see this is how the position is looking at, right? So now, do you understand like what the, I mean, do you right now understand like how this ribbon chart is actually doing up? You can give a try on your systems and then you can get the feel. What I have done, I have just updated the ribbon chart with the x-axis, month name, and then on the y-axis, I brought the average cost in the USD, and then on the legend side, I brought in the continents. So just give a try in your systems and then see if you're able to do the same. Yes, it's look like a ribbon only. Yeah.
Sir, we need to copy paste and then change the type as a ribbon, right? Copy paste the earlier stacked version.
Yes, you can do it that way. But otherwise around, you can start from the scratch.
Shrikant, can we use this like a heat chart kind of, like where maximum occurrences are there? Something which is occurring maximum number of times that can be shown in a ribbon chart.
No, this is not the like a heat map. This gives you the complete representation over like analyzing the data. So heat map, it is completely different. And if you want to have the heat map, you'll have the heat map complete in a different portion altogether.
Okay.
The purpose of this chart is to analyze or bring a visual like month on month, or let's say a kind of a comparison. You're comparing a value, you're comparing a value, and then
Okay.
by analyzing one of the items, like you're comparing the average cost on month for
Okay.
every continent.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the reason why I have just mentioned. I'll use the same example, but I'll show you it in a different methodologies. Then probably you will be able to understand what this. I mean, with that purpose, what you are going to understand is why for what purpose we are using this visual. Two, how we need to understand this visual.
Shrikant, I have a question.
Oh yeah.
Uh, See, this is what as a user we can, I mean, you can show that on the screen only. See, as a user, I can understand what I'm doing. But as an audience, suppose I'm looking at this kind of chart.
Mm-hmm.
This is not self-explanatory. Like I will be always be depending upon the user, what he has created. So can we put some kind of legends? What is this orange color denotes? What is this pink color denotes? Purple, blue? Is there
And the
something kind
legend,
of
the
information
legend
we
has
do
already
have?
been here.
Okay, okay, that's what I wanted to check.
Like
I
it is
mean,
already
looking
there. Only thing is I
right.
just zoomed in.
Okay, okay, okay. Got it, got it. Sorry, I
Yeah.
missed that. Then I mean, I did not
No, no,
notice
no
that.
problem. No problem.
Shrikant,
Hmm.
my graph is showing some different type. Shall I show you?
Yes.
I followed the steps, but it is showing, like this.
Okay. I believe this would have been gone reverse. Select the graph, please.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So could you please change the sum to average cost in the USD, please?
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Well, I mean, my whole point, even when you are not changing that to the nav average, even if it is in the same stage, which is sum, but all I wanted to know is, were you be able to identify or understand what exactly the portion that you have selected and what it is reflecting? Were you be able to understand is what my point. I mean, it's not necessary that you have to match with the trainer's concept, but
Yeah, yeah.
this, but we usually do, so that we ensure that we are with the trainer. This is what the feel we have. But from my end, what I still expect that is, even if you are not looking from the trainer, matching with the trainer screen, but still, were you be able to understand the concept of seeing wherein it says the sum of the cost in USD and it is reflecting the same thing. So if you look at your legend, in terms of sum, when I look at the data, Sam is doing very higher. So this is what exactly I wanted you guys to understand what the data is reflecting, where you be able to understand out
Screen
of
is
the.
not shared.
Of course, screen is not sharing. I'm not doing the screen sharing because Narendra, I think he wanted to show his screen, right? So when I looked at his screen, I'm just saying what exactly is happened.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So this is on the average of the cost in USD by name and month and continent. So well and good. So we are good with this portion. So as I told you, you will not find any kind of analytics on this. So I'm just copying this portion, this label here. Okay, so this is on the ribbon chart. Then I'll make a duplicate of this. So this time I'm not going to open a new page wherein I'm going to duplicate the page. I'm duplicating the page here by right click on this sheet, by right click on this place, click on the duplicate page, and then I would say visuals 4. The name is wrong. Okay, visuals 4. So visual 3, we have done it on the ribbon chart. Probably I'll give a name of this on the ribbon chart as well. Okay, so this is on the visuals 4. And then now the next visual that we are gonna find out, this is called waterfall chart. It's called waterfall chart, which we are gonna work out right now. Okay, so just watch my screen again. Do not do anything on your systems. Just watch my screen for a minute. So I'm not going out of the topic. I'm using the same topic, which is again, I'm looking out the data each month on month. How is the average doing? How is the average cost we are doing on across the continents? Okay. So now when I'm doing this, I'm suddenly changing my visual from ribbon chart to a waterfall chart. Okay. The same statistics I'm looking out in a waterfall chart. Now in the waterfall chart, so do not get worried about this again. Let me explain this portion very well. Once after I explain the portion, probably then you should be able to understand what we are talking about. Okay. So on the waterfall portion, the moment once I look at this, maybe the data is looking so vast. So let me do this way. Let me add month. I'm adding the month number into a slicer portion. Okay. So I'm going to analyze the data between 4 months or let's say 3 months for now. Okay. I've added a slicer. So let's talk about what it is. Then I'll explain you. The first thing, how do you understand this waterfall chart? So the blue ones which are there, right? It is $10, and then this is $10, 10.92. This is 10.92. So if you look at that, the February and March, it is 10.92. And in the month of January, this is around 10.46 somewhere, or let's say 10.24. So there is a vast difference of around 0.70, like 0.70 cents. Now what we are looking at here, what does waterfall chart say? I'm picking up the values of January and then February, and I'm going to give a comparison between January and February. So between January and February, okay, what is each region doing? Let's talk about NAM. First thing, let's talk about NAM. I'll talk about the other later. First, let's talk about NAM. So what NAM say? NAM is increased between January and February. Now the question you might ask, okay, how does it is actually picking up? So NAM, the continent NAM, January portion comparing with comparing with February NAM portion. So when I hover the mouse, do you see this clearly? Continent name is NAM. January average cost is 23. February average cost is 31. So there is an increase in the cost of the value from somewhere from 23 to 31, which is around 8.12 dollar, which is in terms of percentage 35.16, right? Then similarly, this is Asia. Asia got an increase of around 0.99, which is contributing to 11.52 percentage. Now coming back to the other thing, other than the NAM and Asia, we have SAM, Europe and Africa. So other than that, we have got probably Oceania. We have got, right, and then yes, let's say the Oceania alone. The contribution of the Oceania around is um, somewhere from which is already on the decrement. On the decrement side, it got in an increased level. However, which means ideally the value is actually grown up. Okay, 147 minus 147 is greater than is lesser than minus 103. So which means it is increased portion. So that's the reason why it is shown on an increase. But the increment happened not on the positive note, but on the negative note. So if you observe the green lines, got it? When you observe the green lines, green will automatically indicate it has happened on the positive values. So both the values are positive and then it got an increment of the positive value. But when it comes to the other, okay, the reason why it is shown, the other portion to put together is the negative values are on increase, but they are on the negative value, but they are slightly increased. So it is contributing around 29.87. Okay. So remember this portion 29.87, this is 35.16, and this is again 11.52. Okay, so on an average, even if you look at that 11, 35, 46, 46 plus 29, around 87, 85. Okay, then let's keep that portion aside. Then let's look at the decrement side. On the decrement side, SAM is decreased from 20 to 0.52, which means it is contributing around 1%. And then it is contributing again, the Europe, it is decreasing. So Europe uh, decreased at a value of 25.69, and the major decrement would have been happened on Africa, which is around $26. It's around 58 percentage of loss. So between January and February, each continent, how the how the average cost is doing, this is what is being explained. Similarly, between between February and March, how the statistics are changed. So Oceania, it got increment, Europe got increment, SAM got increment, Africa got increment. And again, here we are looking at the decrement. And again, we are looking at the decrement, right? So this is majorly going down. And if I do this from 3 and changing this to another 6 more months. So now this is between March to April, April to May, May to June. So likewise, when I pull up the complete portion, okay, when I pull the complete portion from 1 to 12, so between January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and it keeps going on, right? What is happening with the December ke baad, matlab the statistics are given only in the month of November. Between November and December, how the statistics are giving. Again, it is not giving me the statistics between December and January, which is not a closed loop, because that is not a closed loop. The way that we are looking at, it will end in the month of the December. Whatever the values in the December are, it will just remain the same. Okay, this is exactly on the waterfall chart. Now, I would like to hear from you how much you are able to understand. Is there anything that you are missed or anything that you have any question?
So actually, I missed the part how you put it, the slicer part. I seen you at month you have put it. Okay. So further, I missed
Month
that
number.
one step.
No, just month number. I have brought the month number and then I
Yes, sir.
converted that to slicer.
Okay. Okay.
Apart from this, like, were you be able to
Oh,
understand what is the waterfall chart? If you are able to understand, I would
so
recommend
it is
go
to
and do it.
compare. So it's, yeah, it is
Sorry,
to compare between the previous month and the current one, right? Comparison
hmm,
between the 2 months. This will help, right?
correct.
So if I want to compare between Jan and March, I cannot infer something. But Jan and February or February and March, subsequent months, what's the change I can infer?
You can see if you have 2 months of data, you can infer anything. It's not like you need to have 4 months of data. If you have 2 months of data, also it will go ahead because January to February it will show you the the how you are doing. Either it is increased or decreased or what. Correct.
Okay, so March data, the figures are only with reference to the February. So that's the fundamental.
Yes, because I'm comparing the data
The
from Jan
dimensions
to
of the
February.
bar, length of the bar, every.
Sorry.
So it is only to infer preceding month and that referencing month. So 2 months information, what is the difference? Correct?
Right.
Okay.
So Shrikant, basically in previous ribbon chart, we compared this continent to continent comparison, how they are progressing or how they are decreasing.
Correct.
But in waterfall chart, there is a comparison month-wise, the continent itself means Europe, how it is increasing or how it is decreasing month on month wise.
Right.
Similarly, like Asia and NAM and SAM, right?
Right. So good question. I mean, I was actually thinking about like how you are able to identify this. Now, if I give you the statistics, this is what I can tell you. In fact, both the charts are the same. The representation matters. For example, when I'm looking at the Europe, what do you infer from the Europe is between January to Europe. See here, when I look at the graph, January to February, is it decreased or increased?
Decrease,
Again, March, February to March,
increase,
March to April,
decrease,
right? Also, what you are inferring from the ribbon chart, when I say it is being decreasing from January to February, it will also tell you the ribbon area also tell you where there is a major impact. You know, can you look at this ribbon and tell me either it is an increase or decrement? Europe is majorly hit in which month? The major increment or major decrement would have been happened in where?
in April,
September to
it's
October.
major decrement.
Looking at
August
this,
is
how do you understand the major increment or decrement would have been happened in which area? Sorry, in which month for Europe?
Europe, it is April, it is major
October.
decrement, and August, it is
If
increment.
I'm there, if I'm there in your position, I would say the major portion would have been happened in the month of August and then on the November,
August.
not on the month of the
Right.
April.
April, it is
No,
okay.
February it is the major decremental for Europe because
I
the
don't
bar
think
is
so that
very
the major
small.
it is. Okay, fine, very good. I will agree with your point. Probably this is a major decrement would have been happened. Now you understand this methodology, how you are looking at this. Similarly, if I go back to the same visual, now look out for the Europe, specific to the Europe. Okay, specific to the Europe, wherein it says between the month of January and February, is there a decrement happened? The decrement happened to a
Yes.
range of around 42 percentage. Now again in the month of April, sorry, in the month of August, do you see that the major happened? And again, it is around 20, 17 percentage. And again, looking at the same Europe, this is around 32 percentage. Correct. So waterfall is giving you in terms of the percentage and tells you in which how much percentage that you are actually decreased. Correct. In this waterfall, you are still not able to find out. What we understood is, area wise, if I look at that, it says August is doing August is getting decreased, which means it is from, sorry, it is increased 71 to 115. So it is increasing
60% increase.
60% increment. So which means from July to August, you see this is an increment happen. 60% is increment. So we have done the use, we have used the same example. We have done both the cases. And again, you can see in the month of August, there is around 168%, 34 to 91. It straightly rose from 31 to 91 between October and November. You see, between October and November, it raised from 34 to 91. So this is October and November. You see how much it was raised from the small portion to higher portion. So you
168.
yeah, you see the same data, but you're seeing the same data in two different ways. Just give it a try and then see if you're able to do it and you're able to understand from your end.
When we add data labels to both like ribbon and waterfall, so that gives a very clear picture actually.
Okay. So you want to add the data labels to this portion? Yes.
Yeah, means both for ribbon also it shows like where it is decrementing. Only difference is like in ribbon chart it's only showing the percentage, whereas or value, whereas in waterfall it shows the decreasing or increasing level also.
That you can option, I mean, you can pull out the options here. You see the horizontal and position, right? On the values, or somewhere it should be shown up. No, not on the legend side,
Sir,
grid
in,
lines.
Feb- in February, why Asia is not coming, sir?
Asia is coming in the other portion. It is covered in the other portion.
Why it's making a distinction like that?
Okay. Okay. Have you understood like why there is a different color like other? If you look at the legend here, the legend says only four portions: increase, decrease, total, and other. This is standard in the waterfall chart. This is standard legend in the waterfall chart. Now, my point is like, do you understand like what is an increase,
Yeah, increase. I understood.
decrease,
Yeah,
total, right? Others, let me tell you this way. When, okay, when you are, when you are, when the, okay, others capture this way. it captures the positive value, in the place of positive value, if the negative value is going in an increment or in a decrement. So that captures as another. Okay, let me explain this way. Let me ask you a simple example, or let me give a simple example. There are two people, the person A and person B. Okay, so for person A, we are talking about person A only. Person A scored 25 marks in January. In February, he scored 30 marks. Is there a pure increase, or I mean, what do you say? Like, this is an increment or a decrement? Is there an increase in the mark?
Increment.
How many
Yes.
marks are increased?
5 marks.
Great. So the same person A, his February marks are 50 and March marks are around 20, 22. How much it is decreased?
28.
28. So now leave the portion aside. Now person B. Person B scored somewhere around, I mean, he has got somewhere the rating around minus 20 in the January month. Okay. So which means instead of getting more marks, he already have got negative marks there around minus 25. Okay. Then in the month of February,
Okay.
it came back to minus 40. What is do you think this is an increment or decrement?
Decrement.
Increment, yeah, decrement.
Minus 25 to minus 40 is further going down.
Further going down, correct? This
Yeah.
is a usual way where you are capturing. So which means when the negative values are coming up, when two negative values are compared between two different months, and if there is an increment happened or a decrement happened, then that is getting captured as other.
Okay. Okay.
For person A, January to February, you said there is an increment, so that gets captured in a increase, green portion. The same person data from February to March, it got decreased, so that gets captured under the decrease portion, which is red in color. But for person B, minus 25, which is on the January month, and it got furthermore decreased to minus 40. So there is a decrement happened on the negative value, which gets captured onto the other portion. Suppose again the same person minus 40, and again his score got increased, or let's say, yeah, increased to minus 30. So which means there is an increment of 10 happened, correct? So value got increased. Still, it is the negative value, but the increment happened on the negative value. So that gets captured onto the other portion. Make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you meant to say minus 25 to minus 10 also, it will capture in other only.
Obviously, because the portion has been happening on the negative numbers. Two negative numbers are getting compared between 2 months.
Okay. Okay, understood, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
But in this case, from analytical point of view, how we will present that, showing it is in a very decreasing trend only, because since that is captured in other, how would you come to know that Asia is going towards a decreasing trend only?
See, other concept remains the same way. As I told you, that there are only constantly there are four legends in waterfall chart. One is the increment. Increment legend will always show in the green. Decrement is always in the red. Other is always, like, sorry, blue color is always the total, and the yellow color or the golden color always represents that the negative values are either decreasing or increasing. So in this analytics point of view, if I look at this portion, you see the other, which is the constant, which is the happening between 147 and 103. So
So
wherever we
maybe
see
to
that.
pick which
Mhm.
we should those things are immaterial. So which is having the positive on that performance, it is showing. Others it's
Right.
clubbing maybe. The numbers also for multiple continents. It's
Yeah,
clubbing.
it's clubbing. It will of course club. It will of course club, since we have just got only one four or five continents here. So the data is like much more clear. The more the data you go, okay, I will put across this way. How do you play around this? Um, if you are working in an HR department, I'll tell you how you can work on the waterfall chart, and probably you can work on the ribbon chart as well. Think about the same thing. Like for each month on month, you are analyzing every employee. What is the productivity that you have given for each one month on month? Got it? Month on month, you want to see the productivity given by your employees. So you can use this kind of methodology where we are looked in the ribbon chart, or this way you can get to know where you are increasing, where you are decreasing. I mean, I don't ask you to put all the 100 employees together. You can go with your team members, maybe around 4 or 5 people. You can identify what is the productivity, or you can see what is the performance. You can see the different kinds of statistics.
Okay, or in this pattern, if you take 100 also, it is going to pick the distinct values only. Where it's on the absolute positive side, the changes are there, it will show their names. Remaining
Right.
else, it's going to club it.
Yes.
Okay, sir, got the flavor. Yeah.
Now the same portion again. Now the same portion I'm gonna show you in another visual by right click on this and then make a duplicate of this page. So I'm gonna make the same thing like visuals 5. Okay, and then I'm going to do the visual 5. So I'm going to remove this portion bit here, the slicer. And this time, instead of the waterfall chart, I will say this is funnel chart. This chart looks very, very pretty, clean, simple, and everything. Okay. And one of the easiest charts in the Power BI that you can still learn. So what am I doing? I'm just converting this visual into a funnel chart. Okay. Change this to the funnel chart. The moment once I change this to the funnel chat, the first thing that happened is the category by name and continent. So I'm just switching these two. First thing is month and then it is continent. So I'll switch this in the other way around. I will bring the continent first and then month name. I'm bringing the continent and then first month name. Sorry, was the continent and then the followed by the month name on the category. Now again, take a look at the portion what I'm explaining. Let me explain this. In this portion, when you are looking at the funnel chart, remember, always remember, on the top, whatever the value that you see, on the top, whatever the value that you are looking at, okay, this is coming as 100%. I mean, this will come as 100%. Whatever be the value it is, this is considered to be the 100%, which means whatever the data is on the top, it is considered 100%. Compared to that, the last value, so which means out of 27.35 Africa, now the portion here is 24.24. So it tells us what is the comparison between the top and bottom. So bottom top started with 100% and 88.6%. Now if you think, Srikant, this representation is not so good, or it is actually missing the original flavor of the funnel chart, how do I ensure this works in a better way? All I would say, click on the more options, sort access, and I'd say sort the access by average of the cost in the USD. And again, give the portion as ascending or descending. So the moment once I sort the access, now you could see Europe is on the top and then Asia is on the least. So then the data, wherever it is, the portion is around 65.50. So what funnel thinks about, the top value will be considered as a base and the bottom will be considered as a last, and then give you how much is the decrement had been happened from the top to bottom. So if you look at that, the funnel, it says the last value we have, the portion has been decreased somewhere around 14%. And since I have added the continent and month name together, the hierarchy has been again shown. So when I switch the drill down, when I switch the drill down, now I don't need to click anywhere. What I do, Europe, okay. I want to see the statistics for the Europe or Oceania or NAM separately. Let's say I'm interested to go to see how Africa is doing. So click on the Africa. This will automatically open the database for you right from the top to bottom. So with this funnel, I can say January is the top, October, and then November, and then September, and then May, April, June. So it comes in an order. So January stands around 45, and it ended around 16.47. Now, if I want to go back, I'll just click on the drill up arrow. I'll go back. So let's say I'm looking for the Asia. So it will just give me the Asia portion. And when I can go back and then click on this. So this is on the funnel chart. So on the funnel chart, basically you are gonna take a look how this data has been distributed. So now give it try on your systems and as well let me know if you are able to understand and is it good to understand. But this is the easiest visual in Power BI. No complications, nothing. So is this clear on the funnel side? Okay, how about Manjunath, Anand?
Done, sir.
Sir, can I share the screen, sir?
Yes, sir. No problem at all.
Sir, here I have selected this, but that image is not appearing.
Okay, because you're adding,
Continent
see,
and this month I have pulled in.
you're bringing as on month, which you're bringing the wrong data over there.
Okay.
On the right hand side, just scroll down a little bit. Find out the month properly, like the month or a month name. Find out the month name.
Month name.
Month name.
Month name I'm not having, sir. That's what earlier also I had this issue.
You're not having month name. Okay, then put it by country. So that's fine. Then put it by country.
Continent
You already have got the continent. Bring it by current country as well.
under category, right?
Yeah, not the country code. Country. Oh, that's a country name. That's a country name. Yeah.
I think so.
I don't think so, sir.
Okay.
Even on the
Keeping.
earlier anything you can bring anything, but the only point is still the only major mistake where we are still looking at is why the values, why the data is not coming. Correct.
Hmm.
When you don't give the supply, when you don't supply the values, how it will, or how does it identify it?
Okay.
No, no, you're doing it something wrong, sir. Completely wrong.
Okay.
Remove this remove this data on that. Yeah. So simply just change this to funnel chat. Let me see why the values are not coming up. You're getting the values, right?
Okay.
Just click on the drill down button.
Here.
Switch on the switch on the drill down, the first, the second, the down arrow. Yeah. Then on the right hand side, what? Yeah, switch on that. Keep it switch on.
Okay.
So on the right hand side category, okay, you can bring the continent on the top. On the category, bring the continent on the top. Yeah, good. That's it.
Okay.
If you want the sort, then you will click on the three dots and then click on the sort axis, and then you're gonna sort by average of the cost in USD. That
Okay.
is when this is going to give you the data like this.
Okay.
All right.
Shrikant,
Yes.
can you repeat this what you portion you said 100% and the bottom is showing 14%. So how they correlates means वो कैसे ये करना है पढ़ना है how to read this.
Right. See I mean 14% comes in here like 9.16. How
Right.
much it contributes? 9.16 into 65.50. Basically, it's 9.16 divided by 65.50 into 100. That is what the value you are seeing here.
Okay, okay. So that this chart 65.50 is always considered as 100%.
Yeah, that is a top value. Since it is top value in the within the data set, it is considered as 100%.
Okay, okay.
But again, as I told you, in case in the earlier portion, what happened when the value, when you're sorting the access not upon the value but something else, then there could be a chance. Let's say you're sorting this alphabetically, then Africa will become the first one. So then Africa will stand on the top, which is 27.35. Now the statistics will be shown based upon 27.35. And
Okay,
if still 9.16 is still considered as a base, then what is going to happen? 9.16 divided by 27.35 into 100 will give you the answer.
right.
Got it?
Yeah, yeah.
Good. So we'll do one thing. I'll give a pause here, and then let me just go back and then see if you have got any questions based on today's topic. What we have learned is one on the table side. We did started using the conditional formatting. So how do you conditional format certain data? And then I also just converted the table into a matrix table just for you to make give a look and feel. How does a matrix table looks like? But the options of conditional formatting or the other options like specific elements, specific columns and everything will remain the same. No doubt and change about it. And then we slowly started with the visuals. So on the visual side, this is a simple visual that we are talking about. So all these are like simple visuals like the stake bar chart or stake column chart, clustered bar or clustered column, and then staked 100% staked or 100% clustered. So all these belong to the same family. So I have just explained one portion in the visual. Okay, basically one of if you are picking up one of these charts, what is that you need to think over? One, you need to know how you are building your visual, like x-axis and y-axis. And then you can decide on either you want to use it on a small multiples or you want to put it on the legends. So it is up to you. Then the second portion majorly will be for all these kind of visuals, the major portion where you're going to spend your time is on the general side, only on visual borders and the title. But on the right, on the visual side, you are going to get more number of options. Like for x-axis, you will get individually to increase the font size or decrease the font size, or again set up the color, font size and everything. And on the y-axis again, you will get all these options without any doubt. Okay, but again you will see the scale wherein if you know what is the minimum number or the maximum that you want to put on the scaling. So all this will be covered onto the y-axis. All right. And on the legends, yes, legends will be automatically updated. But in case if there is anything that you want to give specific to the legend, yes, you can. Likewise, the grid lines and zoom slider is something like where if you think your graph is looking very big or height, having so much of height, then you can still rely on the zoom slider wherein it will help you to see the topmost portion of the picture and then the smallest portion of the picture, right? And then the columns and then the data label. So as again, most of the time you will be again spending on the data label because that's the place where we spend our most of the time by increasing or decreasing the font. And how do you want to show the data label in what methodology, everything. And again, post this, you are going to work more on the value side. Post this, what we also did looked at is on the analytics side. So every uh, every visual that you are gonna select in terms of staked or clustered column chart or a stake column chart, it has got a different kinds of analytics offered for each one of the type of the visual. So that's one of the reason where I have just explained or sorry mentioned here what exactly are the different kinds of analytic lines which Power BI is offering you. Okay, so all this comes in as a line. But before the line portion, the wordings that they are using or the different kinds of aggregate function like constant, minimum, maximum, and then median, average, percentile, right? And then error bars, again, you will not use this error bars not in every portion. Okay, and you can, in fact, you can ignore it. You don't need to worry about that. But if you want to use, you can just keep a note of all this. And so this notes, as I have written, it will tell you for each one of the chart, what are the different kinds of analytics it is being offered. So that will give you in a simple sense and easy for a reference. And then we also did see how we control the month access by uh, relying on another column called month number index, and then relying on that we have slightly settled the order of the month. Post which we also did see the combo graph, or yeah, in Excel we say it as a combo graph, and then this is a line and stake column chart, which is again the same combo chart, right? So you can add more number of components, and you can also have the ability to add another data type like a kind of a percentage or anything on the right hand side. So prior to that, in a default method, you can also add the data which is pertaining to the statistics, and the same data in terms of the quantifying in terms of the percentage, you can add the same data in on the secondary axis as well. So that's on the uh, combo chart. And yes, on the combo charts, you will not find any analytics offered between the line and staked one or the clustered one combo chart. You will not find any analytics. Then we slowly started working on the ribbon chart. On the ribbon chart, Since this is the first time that you're looking at these kind of visuals in a different methodology, but it might take some time with the practice that you are going to get more in terms of the practice. So basically this portion what you are looking at here, right? So this is on the ribbon chart where you will see how the statistics are being displayed, how each one of the component we are looking at. So we are going with the portion of looking at average cost in the USD for each of the continent by across the month. So this is how the statistics are looking at. And then similarly, the same representation we looked into the waterfall chart, and the same representation again we are looking at in terms of the funnel chart. Okay, so this is what the journey so far what we have done. And sorry that I have to definitely take up another session. So in that we are going to cover the tree map and then KPI and all this portion, that are question and answers, post which I'll also give you a heads up on the publishing part. So this is what the entire thing what we have learned so far, and then probably I look forward to meet you on the next session to cover up the other remaining topics, and then that is where we can give a closure. Okay, do anyone have any questions so far on the topic? I would at least say be practice, do practice at least till here what you have done, so that should be good enough.
So again, one small query.
Mhm.
In funnel chart, if any value is in negative, uh, so in other charts like there is a x axis, so behind that that value are reflecting. In this, how it is shown means
It
अगर
will
कोई
still go
negative
down.
value,
It will
it will
still
go
go down.
down. Okay.
Go down. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Shrikant, we will be covering these measures also, right? Measures, quick measures.
Yes, I'll be covering the measures and quick measures also.
Okay.
Shrikant, I have
Okay.
a query. Uh,
Uh-huh.
I have two things. It will be helpful for others also. So one thing is, can we use the Sparkline options where you have something in Power BI, unlike our Excel, just to have a immediate visuals next to the data side? Do we have something?
Sparklines.
Yeah.
मतलब sparkline जैसे.
Yeah. Like, see, we have got some statistical values corresponding to the next column. We should have something, and we can showcase in our Power BI dashboard. So instead of taking a charts and graphs and occupying a lot of space to give a instant visuals, so that parallelly both of the pins, like suppose in my top management, they are more interested in the visual side. For my immediate boss, he might be interested in my numbers or billions,
Okay.
millions, lakhs, and crores. So both the things we can cater in one window itself. So that's what I was thinking. Is there something we can do?
Yeah, that can be done like a drill down feature. We can just show both the ways. I mean, both the visual and um, then statistics both at one shot. We can still
Okay,
do it.
okay, fine.
I
The
can show
next
that.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one you can include in our next session so that it will be helpful for others also. Because most of the time the audience demands like this. In the top, there should be a visuals. In the bottom, exact the visual purport, whatever the table or data, something, we can bring it in one window and we can showcase the things. This is one. And the second thing is the moment we bring our data, suppose say tomorrow I add one more column.
Mm-hmm.
Since we have converted it into table, whether the same additional columns or whatever it is, without appending the query on a quick refresh, can we bring it to the date? I mean, our Power BI window,
If you're adding few more columns.
right? See, I have a XYZ file. Okay, I have loaded into Power BI.
Okay.
Okay, after loading the data, then later I thought I have missed out some columns,
Mm-hmm.
and those columns I have added in the backend of my data, obviously, in the
Right.
source data. But in Power BI, already I have done some visuals linking
Correct.
to that file. But tomorrow when I upload those columns in the existing data file or existing source file,
Right.
is it going to get updated on a simple right click refresh?
Good. So if the workbook name, the destination, or the structure, if all the sources, like yeah, the source, yeah, initially in a simple way, if
Mhm.
your source is not changing the position and not changing the structure, and if you are keep on adding the columns, absolutely it is gonna work. There is no doubt about it. With a simple
Mhm.
refresh, everything will just get appended. So there
Right.
is no doubt about it. But in case if your source is getting changed, your
Mhm.
source position is getting changed, or
Mhm.
the column position, let it changed. That's not a big deal again. Let the column
Mhm.
position also get changed. So there is no problem. But in case if the columns are missing, if the columns are missing and additionally adding few more columns is fine, but the existing columns are missing, then that's where there might be a kind of an error that might show. So you need to adjust that with a minute changes, but then it will work. No problem at all.
Okay.
Shrikant, like as Prabhas asked, adding columns in Excel file, but I have tried once that actually that is not working once the new columns are added. If there is an addition of column in Excel and then we are refreshing it in Power BI, then that columns are not taken. Means I have tried this. Data
Okay.
can be like we are refreshing, you are adding rows and you are adding rows and updating data. All that stuff is going well after
Mhm.
refresh. But columns is one limitation I found actually. Maybe if that can be resolved.
Okay, let me show you the demo for that also. So ideally it should not be the case. It should actually pick up the column as well. But I will look into that again. I'll
Okay,
look
no
at
problem.
that
That we
differently.
that we make a one of the pointer also. So next session when we have scheduled for the 5th of March, uh, we'll discuss about it. Not an issue. All right, guys. So I have already informed in the group also that our session is being extended by one more Sunday. So please plan your calendar accordingly. Don't miss that, and please practice well before stepping into the next Sunday. That will be really great, and you can be in line with the entire subject matter or the topic, whatever we are discussing. All right. And again, as usual, you have the options. You can drop your queries. We'll be definitely working out on that and we'll be helping you out. Fine. So anything else from anybody? I
Thanks,
guess
sir.
Narendra has got a lot of things today. He has got clarified, I believe. Yes, Narendra?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Right. 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 You were saying something. Yeah.
Thanks for popping out with those finishing touches. Very insightful queries.
Thank you. Thank you. See, the thing is, sometimes these questions are supposed to come from your side. All right. As I told you, since you have attended my Excel training also, every time keep asking and questions so that you can extract more from the trainers. Though it is me or Srikant, whoever, XYZ. But
Great.
Srikant also not deny
Great.
upon my opinion. I mean, this batch
Of course,
really,
definitely.
really, it is more interactive, and he's also getting pleased enough with lot of queries you guys are asking. He will also not deny, but because internally we are also keep discussing with each and every batch how to make it some more better and how to bring some more content and people will be get more benefited because Microsoft also keep on updating the Power BI contents every day or the other every month, and you will be getting some more new updates. So we also try hard to curate our contents to give the maximum from this window. Anyway, that's a good thing. I mean, you guys also keep asking questions. I really admire that. No problem. All right. So with this, we'll call it as a day. Yeah. Yes, you can.
Yes, we'll call it for a day.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.